Today we're going to be continuing the Harrowing. We're all set up in the new place. Well, pretty much set up in the new place. We're missing the air conditioner, but that's about it. But we're sweating through it, so we're going to be doing the Harrowing. Should be all good tonight. So me and Bite are all set up. We should be good. We got Phoenix and Walrus here.
Hello there.
Last session, if you didn't tune in, we're just a quick side note, we are working on getting last week's session up on YouTube. Bite's just got to go over it tonight, and then we should be posting it tomorrow. So on Thursdays, we're probably going to make it so we can post the last session. So Pathfinder episodes release on YouTube's on Thursdays.
We're going to be doing it on a more consistent schedule moving forward because, like I said, between last week and this week, we were like relocating physically. So moving forward, we'll have a more consistent schedule with that. Same thing with the game updates posted on Roll20. That should be more consistent. You guys should get that information by Saturday at the latest. Moving forward, that way, if you have any questions and stuff before game, we can get all that stuff resolved. On the forums or here on the Discord between now and then.
Stream for tomorrow, Thursday, is going to be canceled because we do have to still move our air conditioner and clean out the rest of our condiments and tomorrow, stuff Thursday out of the fridge of the old place. Canceled because we do have to still move our air conditioner and the old place. So no stream tomorrow. But we will be on. We will be doing Final Fantasy Friday with Boss Squirrel. And then after that, it should all be back to normal. But last session, we fought a bunch of crows who were curb stomping a member of kitchen staff. We fought together, we harped about, somebody was yelling about not always resorting to violence. Even though, we're adventurers and violence is always the answer.
Unless it's a question, then the answer is yes.
Nah, you see, violence is never the answer. Violence is the question, and the answer is yes.
So, So, just to recap on who's playing what characters, I, Bloom, am going to be playing Aatesai, who is a drow, who is a blade-bound magus, with a sword that talks just to her. And then one of you two can go next.
I am the Walrus. I will be playing as Belton, an Aasimar sorcerer.
And I am the Grand Emperor Phoenix, and I will be playing Kaya, a human rogue.
So you're going to be playing yourself?
Huh.
No, his character's got boobs.
You don't know what I'm...
Alright, I think that takes care of all the...
We don't judge here, Bite.
I wasn't judging. I was just making a distinct visual difference. And if you did in fact have boobs in real life, you would have opened with that instead of you don't know.
All right, so I have our merch. So we have our merch, merch and W link in the chat, and then we also have our Discord link in the chat in case you want to play D&D with us. We have room at the table. We'll almost always have room at the table unless otherwise stated. Hop in there and play some D&D with us on Wednesdays and Saturdays. But now that all that stuff's out of the way, I think the DM is ready to take over.
And here you all are.
Thank you, Reineken, for thank you for wishing us luck on our rolls. Hopefully the dice won't be racist this time and wanna screw me over.
It's time to fuck up an empire.
Leader. First, we gotta get out of here.
So what are y'all doing?
So we didn't short. You said short rest wasn't a thing in Pathfinder.
The term short rest in fifth edition, I believe, is something akin to 15 minutes to stop, catch your breath, get a drink of water,
A short rest
stuff
in
like
D&D
that.
5th edition is a minimum of 1 hour.
Okay, yeah. So the 1 hour rest in Pathfinder is the only benefit you would get from it is anyone who has the exhausted status reduces it to fatigued, and that's it.
Well, I'm at least going to take out a few minutes. My character's going to take a few minutes to introduce themselves to Belton and Kaya. Because they're obviously not a threat. They could have, curb stomped me along with the Tengu, and they didn't. So I'm at least going to introduce myself properly. I am Aya Tessai. Um, I'm one of the good drow. You may know my people as fanatical worshippers of Lolth. I don't worship Lolth. I don't want anything to do with Lolth. I worship Illustrate. And this is my sword, Soul, and I point to the sword in its scabbard thing.
No, that's fine. I had several friends that were drow.
Is that like I had several friends who are Asimar?
Well, those were a bit more rare where I come from, but I knew of a couple.
So my character just explains, if you hear me mumbling, don't mind me. I'm just talking to the sword. By the way, the sword does not know what's going on. I already asked. Called me a dumbass for asking, but the sword is more intelligent than I am, so I don't know.
Well, I never thought I'd live to see the day that I'd find a rude sword.
I think any
You
sword I've
haven't
ever
been around much, have you?
I think any sword that I've ever been stabbed with is considered a rude sword.
Get that on a
Well, you
shirt.
see, swords don't generally have a mind of their own, so...
You've not been around a lot of enchanted artifacts, have you?
I do most of my work in populated cities.
I didn't even. Well, the sword just kind of appeared one day after being kidnapped by a bunch of Lolth's followers and escaping. The sword just kind of appeared. I didn't ask for the sword. I didn't even want the sword. The sword is just here, and whenever I try and throw the sword away or give it to somebody else, it just comes back. So I've just come to accept the sword. Um, Although we must pay a visit to that fortune teller after we get out of here and give her a proper slap or ass whooping for plane shifting us.
I'm sure there'll be wanted posters posted soon enough.
I wouldn't bet on it.
The only people who knew the only nobody actually knows that I was at the carnival. I was just assigned this commission by my local adventurers guild. They didn't know I came here, but they knew that I was after that scholar. What was his name?
Take better player notes.
But all the Adventurers Guild
think
knows that I'm in pursuit of this scholar. They don't know where I am. So no, probably no missing posters or wanted posters for on at least for me.
Well, if your face was on a wanted poster, I'd be a little concerned.
I wouldn't. Some of my best friends are wanted posters.
You're joking, right?
That was a joke.
So what do we
I
want to
just
do?
said that it was a joke. Well, I'm gonna introduce myself. I am Belton. I am an sorcerer. Uh, don't ask why I'm silver. You don't want to know.
I don't know. You say things like that, and it makes me kind of curious.
Let's just say it's a genetic defect and be done with it.
Ah, genetics. What a trip.
In this case, it was more of a ascension, but you do you.
Last you recall, one of the cards in the deck turned shimmery, and the other one was nearly burnt.
Um, so Aya is going to ask the other two, what do we do? What do we want to do now?
Well, if we
Honestly,
want to
it
get out of
seems like
here, don't really have much else to do than look around a little bit. I would be very much surprised if whoever happens to be inside this tent didn't hear the commotion that went on out here.
then why haven't they done anything about it?
DM.
An excellent and very
Yes.
concerning question.
I would like to make a perception roll to search through all the wagons surrounding out front here to see if there's anything usable.
Upon further inspection of the wagons, the tents, and all of the surrounding area, it's almost as if everything is just for display purposes. Like there doesn't appear to be any wear and tear or actual use of anything that wasn't superficially put there.
This place is weird.
Like some of the markings for wear and tear are like apparently just decals.
That's odd.
By the gods, we're stuck in the middle of a stage play.
Oh no, the Sanguine Playhouse is later. That was a foreshadowing joke. So what are y'all doing?
Can I make a knowledge? Hold on. Who has better knowledge arcana, me or the sword? Give me one moment. I have a 10. The sword has a 2. Okay. I'm gonna make a knowledge arcana check to see if I know how to maybe undo the plane shifting.
That would be knowledge planes, not arcana.
Well, I can do knowledge planes too.
Make your roll.
Does 29 tell me anything?
Yes, it does. Give me 1 sec here.
While we wait, I have to go feed a cat.
Oh no, is there a little spot of food of the food bowl showing?
This cat is 16 years old and is on a special feeding diet.
Ah.
Just finding the paragraph that actually talks about the specific details you're asking for. I swear there was a mention of it.
Just a quick side note for anybody wondering. Yes, we have Dougie here with us as well. He's adjusting. He's slow to adjust because the floors creak every friggin' step you take and it's very echoey and reverby here, but he's adjusting slowly. Apparently he's also scared of children. We're going to have to fix that. Because where we now live, there's a lot of kids and they play outside. And because it's so hot, we have our windows open. So apparently the sound of children scare him. So we have to fix that.
The sound of children scares me as well, but probably for a different reason.
He has taken to hiding under the bed. Because one of our friends gave us a lightly used mattress, box spring, and frame. So he is now taken to hiding under the bed, which has never been an option for him before.
But no, I must apologize yet again for my body calling me to sleep too much.
Stop apologizing. You're here now. That's what matters. Okay, so with that dice roll, you are aware that such spells exist that are used to traverse the planes. But with that knowledge, you are also clearly aware that you do not know any of them, nor are you capable of such transplanar travel. Unless you have the aid of like a scroll or a wand or somebody who is able to cast those types of spells.
Damn.
I relay that information to my new allies.
Curses, I knew I should have taken that later scroll from my father.
Do I at least know how to?
Should have taken
So I don't know. So I don't know how to get us.
Wizard's tower.
So I don't know how to get us out of here. Or do I know, but I just can't pull it off?
You know what it would take, but you can't pull it off.
what would it take?
9th level spell.
So,
9th level magical
so,
shenanery.
so, guys, we've been plane shifted. Technically, my family know, like, my Maguses technically know how to undo plane shifting. Unfortunately, I'm not that high rank of Magus to do that.
Correction.
To know that kind of magic.
Maguses are not able to cast the spell required for it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're gonna retcon that. Maguses are unable to cast anything related to like plane shifting. So unfortunately, I got nothing. I know we've been plane shifted. I know that we would have to cast the spell to undo it, but I don't know the spell, nor am I a high enough rank or the proper or have the proper education in order to be able to even cast it.
Well, it's more information than we had previously.
In character, I'm going to take a moment to step aside and pray to Desna, thanking her for this opportunity. But yes, when she says plane shifted, I'm going to, under my breath, send a prayer to Desna, thanking her for the opportunity to shift the planes. Well, to travel to a different plane.
Sounds like this is about to turn into one hells of an adventure.
We haven't gone to the infernal realms. I would know that.
So my character just checks her pack really quick and um says I have about 5 pounds worth of rations. I don't know if there's anything we can eat here, but as taking a quick inventory of what's in my backpack, I've got a tent, some rope, an ever-burning torch, 5 pounds of rations.
I've personally got 5 days worth of rations, a couple of water skins, and I'm not sure if my survival books would do well in this plane, but I have some survival books.
Would that knowledge planes roll tell me anything about the plane we're on, DM?
Do a knowledge history.
Well, I suppose now is as good a time as ever to take stock of our assets.
Was that supposed to be your sword, or was that supposed to be you?
Let me see if the sword. Oh, that was.
Yeah. So you roll it.
So I'm assuming the sword can tell me nothing.
Well, no, I'm disregarding that roll because you meant to roll for yourself, not for the sword.
Okay, 19.
You suspect, but you don't have enough information yet to be sure. But this sounds like this is something reminiscent of a Varusian legend.
Are either of you two scholars?
Aren't you trying to find a scholar?
Well, we are, but are either of you two scholars? Would you know anything? What is
No.
it, Varusian? Would either of you two know anything about Verusian legends and myths?
I mean, I've traveled with a few Verusians. I've heard some of their myths and legends. Let's see if I can recall anything. I'll do a knowledge history check.
Yep.
I don't know, I've talked to a few. Myths and legends wasn't really part of the discussions.
I got a 19.
And have you or have you not had a close inspection of the deck?
I've not had a close inspection of the deck. I've seen some of the cards.
Okay. You can basically, just as much as Tessai does. Is this definitely has Verusian written all over it, but you don't know the specifics.
Well, whatever this place is, it seems to be connected to this deck that I have. Every time something happens, one of the cards changes. Also, this one started glowing, and
Hopefully
I don't
not
like that.
every. Hopefully not
card.
everything in here is hostile and wants to kill us.
Could I ask to see the cards and roll a knowledge arcana check while I'm looking through the deck?
Upon inspecting the deck, you can also make another knowledge history check.
And as far as non-hostile things, well, we have the chef, don't we?
Did the chef leave or is he still here?
He's just standing there. He doesn't know what else to do. He's kind of anxiously, hoping that you can, help the scholar that already passed through.
And I rolled a 10.
Not the knowledge. Go ahead and make the knowledge arcana check.
That is a 17.
We got some magical bullshit going on here.
Yeah, that is a 17.
Magic. What fun, what fun, what fun indeed.
Give me 1 sec. Do a spellcraft check.
That's a 28.
Sheesh.
You are very familiar with fancy decks of cards that do very powerful things, and you're pretty damn sure this is one of them. But again, nothing specific.
I'm gonna say this reminds me of a similar deck, but I don't believe this is the same type of deck.
You know that it's not the same type of deck, but you don't know it. The differences between this one and what the other one does. You know what the other. You're familiar with the other one. You don't know what this one does. The reason why the check is so difficult to make for identifying what this deck is because it's one of those things where there's basically only one in existence. The only way you would know anything about it is if somebody uh, came into contact with it or referenced it or studied it, and there you came across that knowledge either via word of mouth later on or via textbooks and some sort of research that you were doing or something. So yeah, that's why specific information on this deck specifically is that hard to come across.
So now that we've assessed our what we have our supplies, and we've basically tossed some ideas and information back and forth about how to get ourselves out of this predicament, and we can't really magic ourselves out of here. What do we want to do next?
You do recall the chef informing you about the conspirators and the tokens that they stole from Soren Ray's Kepnia, and that finding it may grant you some means of escape.
Do we want to try and find the rest of do we want to try and find these conspirators?
I
Well, I
mean,
suppose
it
it's the
seems
best
like
lead we got.
And the nearest conspirator is right here in this tent that you're all standing next to.
yeah, I'm with the rogue. I think we should at least talk to this guy in the tent, see what we can figure out.
Alright, but if I open this tent and immediately get hit in the face with a squeaky hammer, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Why would you assume you'd be hit with a squeaky hammer?
I don't know, it's a circus.
I'd be more worried about being hit by a thrown dagger rather than a hammer.
So can my Magus open up the door or pull back the flap to this circus tent?
Yep.
Okay. How does one step inside the tent?
You double click the door.
Oh, there we go. I don't like that.
Anyone following her in?
Just kinda peeking inside.
Did the chef
Not liking what I
describe the
see.
conspiracy? Just hold on one moment. Did the chef describe the conspirator inside the tent that we're looking for inside the tent here?
You know to look for someone by the name of Bernadette, the ringmaster of this circus.
So I want to make a perception check to look for somebody who's in like ringmaster style clothing. I want to look for the manager.
I want to
Okay,
speak to your
Karen.
manager.
I was going to say before you make that roll, the shabby sorry, the shabby circus tent seems larger inside than out, curving upward, nauseatingly bright patterns disappearing into the darkness far overhead beyond a tightrope and a trapeze. Two precarious bleachers flank a large performance space littered with half eaten food and cheap novelties. The two sets of bleachers, you can't make any distinct it looks as if it's just silhouettes of an audience, basically, and you can hear them, but you can't make out any distinct features on them. It's almost as if they don't have any. Um, Meanwhile, you see in the middle of the circus floor, the main floor, four unicycling bears, grizzly bears, like full size grizzly bears, and what appears to be a ashen, uh, large humanoid juggling barrels.
Whisper to
Okay. So I did make that
Hold on,
perception roll.
say that again, Walrus.
I'm gonna whisper to Kira. I don't think the ringmaster is the crazy man with the bears.
So I did do a 26 perception to look for the manager.
You can see there's a cage in the back, but as of right now, it's all the way on the other side of the tent. You can see there's something or someone in it, but you don't know what it is. You don't know if it's another attraction. You don't know. You just know there's the cage back there worth examining, and like I said, you can notice the figures of the audience, but you can't make out any distinct features.
Can I skirt around the edge of the tent as to not disturb the performance to go around and look to see what's in the cage?
As soon as you do, the spotlight hits you, and the audience seems to not like you as part of the show, and they start cheering on the juggler to teach you a lesson. If you know, like they want to throw their food cartons at you, but they can't. So they're like, you know, throw stuff at them. They're you know, they're not part of the show. They suck. And with that, everyone roll initiative.
Well, fuck.
I rolled a 12.
I rolled a 21. And Kaya showing me up once again with the initiative roll.
At least I didn't roll a 4 like last time. I'm assuming all the bears are going to be going on one turn.
No, I fixed it so that way everybody's roll should be like in order now.
Well, it has mine at the top.
You were saying?
Oh. But
Oh,
you
shucks.
have
It was
only have
supposed
only one unicycling bear. That's why I asked.
Right. For some reason, it didn't add the other ones. I do have them as four separate entities now, so it should be four separate characters.
You have to select each individual token.
I did it off their character sheets, and I did off each individual character sheet. I even have them labeled A, B, C, and D.
I mean, me personally as a DM, when I have like very similar NPCs, I just usually have them all just go on the same turn. Just to save the headache. Of course, this is your game, so how you want to do this is up to you. But like I said, similar NPCs like the bears, I just have all go on the same turn, just to keep it simple.
There we go.
2 bears rolled 0? How do you roll 0 on initiative?
Did you not edit the turn order with the original 4 rolls?
Last time I did that, every time turns went around, the numbers started getting wonky.
Oh yeah. Things we cut out of the cut out for the YouTube video.
Okay, that was weird, but okay, that worked. I think I know why, but we'll worry about that another time. Anywho, here's the rotation. Kaya, you're up first.
Woo. Now listen, guys, I don't suppose we can do this in a manner that doesn't require killing, right?
Perhaps. Depends on if they want to throw. What's the word that the humans use? You humans use? Throw hands?
Nope, gonna be chucking barrels.
I was not expecting a Donkey Kong reference.
Well,
Out
the
of
guy in the
character,
middle looks like
out
he
of
really
character,
wants to throw
can we-
barrels.
Out of character, can we even play that music?
You're the only ones that can hear it.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I have the stream rigged up, so my microphone's picked up, Discord is picked up, and nothing else.
Okay, that's good. I don't want to have to deal with that headache both on Twitch and on YouTube. We've already had one of our videos geo-restricted because of a soundtrack. Apparently, Russia is not allowed to listen to House of Memories.
No, they are not.
So, Kaya,
Anyway.
what are you doing?
Well, so much for avoiding violence, I guess.
Well, right now, the only violence that's instigated is due to the crowd egging on the performers.
We could still have the possibility of intimidating them to stand down or diplomacying them to stand down. At least the humanoid.
Or outperforming them. The audience doesn't like you because they came to see the show and you guys are just interrupting the show. But if you were to provide maybe a better
performance
show,
is what they want, eh? Well, that I can provide. Tell me, O gracious audience, what piques thy fancy more, a story or a song?
DM.
The audience is not you. What you're picking up from the audience, you can't. It's almost like it's like background noise. It's not even like it's not even like speech. Just general
So it's like
rabble,
pre-recorded.
rabble, rabble, rabble. It's like the audio track that you would play to of like people hustling and bustling in the marketplace, kind of setting, except instead of people hustling and bustling in the marketplace kind of area, it's an audience that is trying to what's the word, heckle the show.
So just pick something.
What are you doing with your turn?
Alright, I guess I'm doing this. They want a show, I'll give them a show.
They seem not to be entertained by your performance. Are you doing any more movements?
Why
doing
is
any
the
more
audience
movements?
always the most aggressive? I am an amazing storyteller. Thank you very much.
Need to roll a little better than that. Are you doing any other movement? Because the performance check was your standard action, and then you only moved 5 feet. So are you doing any other movement?
And I am done.
Belton, you're up.
All right. I'm gonna move just a little bit in front of Kaya. I mean, a little bit in front of Kyria.
Tessai.
Yeah, just
That's
call
Are
my
you talking
character
about me,
Tessa.
or...
I saw the E as a K. Sorry, Kaya. Yeah, I'm just gonna move a little bit right in front of Tessai and just fireball dead center in front of me.
Oh no.
Are you going to actually move your token? There you go.
And I'm aiming dead center for the humanoid.
And you're casting actual fireball?
I am casting straight up fireball, yes.
Oh no.
Not using the meta magic rod.
I'm not going to use the meta magic rod. I'm going pure fireball.
You would be in the blast radius.
Realizing that, I'm just gonna step to the side of Tessai. So all three of us should be out of the blast radius, yes?
You have to pick a square. You're doing it from the intersection.
All right, just the square, the square the humanoid is in.
He's in 4 of them. He is large. So are the bears.
Shit.
Big boy.
While everybody's finishing up their turns, I'm gonna go AFK for just 1 minute.
Just so you know, if you aim at one of the two back square, one of his 2 back squares, it will hit all 5 of them.
Yes, I'll aim for his back left square.
Okay, go ahead and make that roll.
That is 33 fire damage or 18 on a reflex, or half that on a reflex saving throw.
I have returned. Why did Unicycling Bear A get 2 reflex saves?
Because I accidentally used the same window twice. It's A, B, C, D.
I see no B. I see A, C, D.
One of the A's is a B.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's chalk it up to roll 20 and just say that. Unicycling Bear C is the only one who beat the DC. So 3 of them will take 33 damage.
What
Including
now? Why is
4.
it doing this? I swear I did this the right way. Why is it doing it again? Roll 20. Why have you forsaken me?
What did it do?
Oh, cool. I can fix it on the fly. Hold on.
Unicorn C would only take 16 damage, but the rest take the full 33.
Right.
Did you just
Okay.
say
So now I
unicorn?
updated their health bars accordingly. So how much damage you see is how much damage they took.
Is the humanoid Dead? I don't see a bar on him.
Well, I
Or
suppose
is that
that's
just my
one way
screen
to give
fucking
the
up?
audience a fiery performance.
Go ahead and check the giant in the middle again.
Okay, there he is. I see now. Thank you.
That scares me. Took 33 damage and tanked it like a champion.
I don't think we're going to be so lucky.
Is that all you're doing with your turn?
That's all I can do. I moved and then I exploded.
All right, Unicycling Bear 1. Sorry, Unicycling Bear A. So, Bear on a unicycle moves up to you, Belton, because you're the one that singed its fur. Does a 16 hit?
$15, yes, it hits.
All right, you take 10 damage. And being agile on his unicycle, he's going to move back without provoking attacks of opportunity if he succeeds a acrobatics check.
Are you looking for the acrobatics check?
And he makes it. So he moves up, he does the attack, he moves back, does not provoke an attack of opportunity because he's too quick on his handy dandy little unicycle. And he keeps his balance. Up next,
Alright, fine. Maybe that was a better show than my story.
Rog.
He did take 33 damage, didn't he?
Yes.
Belton is slightly intimidated. Normally things don't tank his fireballs that well.
And he's going to huck a couple of barrels at you for, number one, for interrupting his show, and number two, for trying to burn him to death. The 20 hits, but it's a dirty 20. And the 11 misses, so you take 16 points of damage, getting a barrel smashed into your face. You take barrel to the face, minus 16 hit points.
If I die here, at least I died the way I lived.
Screaming and covered in somebody else's blood?
Throwing fireballs.
Yeah, that works too.
All right. Bear B. Gonna do a wheelie dealy up in here. Gonna swipe at the drow.
No.
Do you have something to prevent him?
No. I'm just saying no.
Does a 13 hit?
No, it does not.
Okay then. And he wheels back on his handy dandy little unicycle.
Doesn't he need to make an acrobatics check or else it provokes an attack of opportunity?
That is not how that works. But yes, he does have to make a check.
Well, you just said that for the other bear. That's why I'm reminding you.
I didn't say if he doesn't make the acrobatics check that it provokes. I just said he needs to make an acrobatics check or else.
But it still provokes an attack of opportunity.
Nope.
The acrobatics check is to make sure he doesn't fall off the unicycle.
Yep.
So how does him moving into my space and then moving back out of my space not provoke an attack of opportunity?
The bears probably
Or
have
my
an
range.
ability.
Spring attack feat. You can move your full... it's a full round action, but you can move your full movement and attack, and you can move any amount of your movement before or after your attack. And it does not provoke an attack
Spring
of
movement
opportunity.
is all you needed. I've taken spring movement. Spring movement is all you needed to say.
Spring attack.
Spring attacks. Yeah, I've taken that before on a dex-based fighter.
Yep, that's what they have.
He was explaining for the lay people in the audience.
Well,
I would like to think it was at least somewhat partially for me as well, because I've never played this before.
Bear in mind, the prerequisites for spring attack is dexterity.
bear in mind.
Yeah. Thanks, Clem. Your required prerequisites for spring attack are you have to have a dexterity score of at least 13. You have to have the dodge feat, and you have to have the mobility feat, and you have to have a base attack bonus of at least +4. That allows you to move, attack, move, and you can break up your full movement to any amount in front of or after your attack, and you can attack, and it does not provoke.
Yeah, it definitely wouldn't be there. Where's my base attack bonus?
So next, Tessa, you're up.
God, these character sheets.
Does using a spell-like ability count as my counts as a standard action?
Depends on the spell.
I've
Darkness?
scrolled past it at least 20 times already.
I was considering darkness.
AC will.
It is a standard action to cast darkness.
Right there. I have a base attack bonus of 6. Definitely don't have all the feats required. I do have dodge.
I would like to make an intimidation check. The humanoid. And that we are just speak to Bernie. We mean harm. We are not trying to interrupt your performance. We were going to skirt around the edge of your performance, not to interrupt it. We're just here to speak to Bernadette. And if Bernadette is in here, please call off your minions. Or wait, that's the wrong one.
I was gonna say that sounds like a diplomacy, not an intimidation.
Diplomacy?
Are you doing a diplomacy or are you doing an intimidation?
Intimidation. To stand down. TLDR, stand down, please. We're just here to talk to your boss.
Can I interject and say I just wanted to enter with a bang?
$22.
Dex 13 dodge mobility. I do not have the mobility feat. What does mobility feat do? Let's have a good old
DM?
see, shall we?
Hold on, I gotta pull up a chart.
+4 dodge bonus to armor
What chart?
against attacks of opportunity cause. Interesting.
I'm assuming the module has a chart.
Well, not that.
Good information to have for future instances. I don't know if I'm ever going to be playing this system again, but we'll see.
I need to sidetrack us here for just a moment. Good news, everybody.
What's up?
If you use code Bloomandbite at w.gg, you instead of the regular 10% off, you now get 20% off until the end of September. This just in, as of 4 minutes ago. Dubby has a new if you wanted to try the newest Dubby flavor, purple dub sauce, you can get it for 20% off with our code. Link is in the chat. That is all.
20%. That sounds like an excellent deal.
Our code is Bloom and Bite, no all capitals, no spaces. It is Bloom, the letter N, and then BYTE, Bite. Or just use the link in the chat. That is all. I'm done sidetracking us. I just figured I would put that in really quick.
He is absolutely not fazed by your intimidation whatsoever. And each time you attempt to intimidate him, the DC goes up by +5.
I'm assuming that was my standard. That was my standard action.
Yep. Do you wish to move?
I want to see if we can kite them out of the tent and bottleneck them. I'm going to take a 5-foot step back.
Bear in mind, no pun intended, their performers in the tent, they're fighting you right now because you're interrupting their show in the tent. And you want to try and lead them out of the tent?
Without the audience, my reasoning is without the audience provoking them into fighting us, they may be more amicable to reason.
Well, right now the audience is on their side because of the audience is there to see their show. They're heckling them against you because you're interrupting their show. If you leave, they would have no. Then everything would be peaceful again.
Where's my movement on here? How much? I think it's 30 feet, isn't it? $40. Cool. 160 of run. I still have a move, so give me 1 minute to do some math. I didn't want to do it during anybody else's turn because I didn't want to distract. My apologies.
She does math so hard it would distract other people if she did it on their turn.
I'm saying, oh, I didn't know that the ruler wouldn't show up on stream. I thought the ruler would show up on stream.
No, the stream is that's 50 feet of movement. No.
Yeah, I have 100. I have 160 run. So if I run,
you can't run because you run is basically you're moving twice.
oh, fine. I didn't mean to do that. I was doing math. But anyway, like I said, I didn't know that I thought that would distract the stream from the other players' turns. That's why I didn't do that.
No, if you click on the measure tool, one of the options is broadcast to others. If you turn that off, then when you measure, it won't show up on anybody else's screen. Push to talk.
Whoops. I want to move to the back of the tent to see if the ringmaster is in the cage, the back of the tent, but the bleachers are in the way. And either way I would end up cornering myself.
Also, you would provoke an attack of opportunity from one of the bears.
No. I can move diagonally without moving into their space. That would not provoke.
You would move into and out of their melee range. That provokes an attack of opportunity. Moving in.
No,
and
not if I
out.
move there. That ping, not if I move there or here. That's not in their space.
No, it doesn't have to be in their space. They have
push to talk.
5 feet in all directions from them is their melee range.
I'm going to go ahead and stay where I'm at. I'm going to tell my two companions or allies, see if you can get me a straight shot down the middle. See if we can move them off to the side and get a straight shot down the middle. Or get them all off to one side. I need an opening.
Might be a bit easier said than done.
That's going to be my turn.
Yeah, you see that circle around that bear?
Yeah.
That's his melee range. If you move into that circle and then back out of it, that will provoke an attack of opportunity. Unless you have spring attack.
A feat to consider for the future.
There you go. It is a combat feat.
All right. I'm done my turn. Yep. That's all I can do. I'm not moving.
Okay, this bear is going to wheel up. Gonna swing at you. Does a 19 hit?
No.
Swings and misses. Gonna shift back and
Got an AC at 22.
Oh, and on his way back, the bear falls down.
Is he prone?
Yes, he is. I gotta find the icon for it.
You're right. That looked like it kind of hurt. Well, you know what they say, the bigger they are, the harder they fall.
None of these status effects are effectively labeled. That's nice.
Oh, cool.
There. That is he is prone. Next, the last unicycling bear. He's going to wheel up and he's going to try and swing at you. The rogue.
Try me.
13. Swings and misses. And he also falls prone.
How about instead of attacking me, you focus on staying upright? That would probably be a better
They must have been
performance
so.
for your
They must have been.
audience.
They must have been quaking in their little hats from my intimidation. Haha.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's definitely what it is.
Give me 1 sec.
1.
One.
Those are
1.
fucking smartasses.
One.
1.
Hey.
0.
The audience's disposition seems to be waning a bit. You notice that with each bear that falls off the unicycle, the audience becomes less interested in the unicycling bears and more interested on you guys. As of right now, the audience is kind of torn as to whether or not they are on the side of the performers or on your side. And with that, Kaya, you're up again.
Hmm. Actually, hold on. Hold on. I have something, I think. Where is it? This. What does this do? Distracted opponents are entirely focused on you and pay little attention to their surroundings. They are not considered to be observing other characters. useful for the future, I suppose, but we're not doing that. What do I want to do? I'm still not particularly keen on killing any of these bears, I'm gonna be honest.
You're allowed to make more performance checks.
I don't suppose you'd allow me to attempt to grab one of those unicycles.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Okay.
It's bear-sized. I don't think you're bear-sized.
Less that it's bear-sized and more about it's under the bear.
That's fine. We'll just stick with the performance skills that I actually have points in. Yeah, we'll go with that one. Let's see. I'm not rolling well in this.
The audience doesn't seem to be impressed, but at the same time, they're not like you haven't shifted their disposition positive or negative.
I just start singing "Don't Stop Me Now."
Belton, you're up.
Okay, this may seem cowardly of me, but I don't want to die.
So what, you gonna throw another fireball?
I'm going to throw another fireball, and then I'm going to abscond out of the tent.
Where is your point of impact?
Bottom right.
Okie doke. Go ahead and make
Bottom
that
right.
roll. I get what he meant.
That is 35 damage. Let's see if they can hit a DC 18 again.
This time, Bear B saved. For 35 fire?
Yes. That'd be 17 damage.
Okay, you have incinerated all 4 bears and singed a very angry giant.
I would just like to say for the record, I had nothing to do with that.
He ate 2 whole fireballs and he's not even half health yet.
Which is why I left the tent after murdering his bears.
Om nom nom.
I came in with a bang and I left with a bang. So basically, this silver asshole came in, ruined the show, and left.
Alrighty, so Rog is going to throw a barrel at Belton for fucking up the bears and fucking with his show.
He can still see me from the tent, can't he?
Open flap. Does a 30 hit?
Let me check!
By the gods!
A raging giant. So that puts me down to ouch health.
Say again?
I now have 9 hit points.
Oh boy, we're fucked.
You only took the 13, you didn't take the 17?
I took a lot of damage before that.
Just making sure. Because the second attack was a 9, and I know a 9 didn't hit you.
No, thank goodness it did not. Next round, I'm going to be healing.
Tessa, you're up.
What's the reach on the giant? What's his reach?
His melee reach?
Yes.
If you're thinking about trying to sneak past the bears, that is considered rough terrain because you'd have to like climb over the where the bears are.
I have some beef to pick with you, but that's after stream. About the previous time I played this module, you're making calls that are different as far as corpses go in this module, and then I will bring up that beef after stream.
Oh,
unless you would like to hear my complaints now.
I mean, to complain about something and say on stream that you got to talk about it off stream is kind of self-defeating. And first of all,
I can still go around the bears though. So what is his reach? I'm going to ask.
I'll show you. Hold on. That's his reach.
I'm not going to be able to get past him, around the bears and past him.
No, he is a giant. He has big arms. You know the things that you know the what are they, the astronauts that are part of the Bethesda space program in Skyrim?
Yeah.
He's one of those.
I know he's probably very angry, but maybe we try a diplomacy roll. What the fuck? Oh, I have a 2 in diplomacy. I have a 2 in diplomacy. That's probably gonna fail. We're not doing that. You said before for my perception roll, I see a figure in the back of the tent.
You see that there's a cage, and you see there's something in the cage, but you don't know if it's an attraction or if it's you don't know what it is. There is something moving in the cage in the back.
I should probably cast a spell, but at the same time, I really don't want to get involved in combat.
You were involved in combat when you rolled for initiative.
Fine. This functions the same as Thunderstomp, so let me move over to Thunderstomp here for a second. Wait, what? Thunderstomp functions as Thunderstomp. Oh, this must be Greater Thunderstomp. Okay, hold on. It's just labeled as Thunderstomp. Hold on. Something didn't get typed in right. My bad. Okay, can't do that. Question.
Ask.
The giant's clothing is flammable, right?
Oh, God.
And also, is there anything in the cage considered flammable? I need to know so that way I know the consequences of my actions.
I mean, I've been chucking fireballs. I'm surprised nothing caught on fire.
Well, this spell is going to set fire to anything combustible and damages stuff in its path. It'll melt metal and shatter any barriers.
What's the spell?
Lightning bolt. I can do a 120-foot line
Oh, God.
Lightning bolt sets fire to combustibles and damages objects in its path. It melts metals with a low melting point such as lead, gold, copper, silver, or bronze. If the damage caused to an imposing barrier shatters or breaks through it, the bolt may continue beyond the barrier if the spell's range permits. Otherwise, it stops at the barrier just as any other spell. So, what is the cage made out of? And is there anything in the cage considered flammable? I need to know this before I cast, so that way I know the consequences of my actions.
The cage appears to be made out of metal, and best you can tell, it appears to have a straw bed.
So the straw's gonna catch fire. We're burning the tent down.
Wait, no!
Got it. We're burning this bitch down. Got it. It's gonna end up doing 96 of electricity damage. Why does it have a crit range of 20? So if I rolled 20, no, why does it have it listed as 20 crits?
Oh, that's like probably a standard thing for the character sheet. Spells don't crit.
That's what I thought. All right, we're gonna cast lightning bolt.
Do you have eschew materials?
I have a spell component pouch.
I'm gonna die surrounded by the biggest idiots in the multiverse.
Yeah, I have a spell component pouch, so those things would just be in the spell component pouch.
Provided they are of less than a gold in value.
A fur and a glass rod.
If it doesn't have a gold amount, or if it doesn't have a gold value, then it doesn't have material cost if you have a spell component pouch.
For all you know, I could just go and pick up some fur from the bear.
That would have worked. Anywho, you have a spell component pouch. You have the spell component pouch, so that's fine. Your lightning bolt goes through the giant, and then when it hits the cage, it disperses across the middle of the cage.
Does it set the giant on fire because of his clothing?
No.
What?
That is not how that works. Setting a flame, something that's flammable, would be something like tinder or something like gasoline. Or
what's the floor of the tent? Is it considered flammable?
No, it's just dirt, and it's not like the lightning bolt is like from the floor to the ceiling and then in a straight line. It's like from your hand straight in a straight line from your hand. You're basically doing like a Kamehameha, but it's a lightning bolt instead.
So we're gonna stretch out our arm. We're gonna just cast lightning bolt, and that's gonna be 24 points of damage to the giant.
Doesn't he get a reflex save on that?
Reflex for half.
Oh no! Wait, no. Is it reflex for half? No, because it's a straight line. Wait, no, shit.
According to what I have written down, reflex for half. The DC is 16.
And he makes the save.
Damn it.
And that's where his hit points are at.
Fucking A. I tell the rogue that they need to do something, or else we're gonna die.
Speaking of the rogue, guess whose turn it is?
The rogue. Oh, me, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
You know
You're
what?
my
I
only
tried
hope.
catering to the crowd. You guys are the ones who started blowing shit up.
Hey,
Hey, everyone
I tried
loves
talking to them
explosions.
first. And when that wouldn't work, I've resorted to violence.
All I'm saying is everybody loves explosions.
Those
Unless they're
bears
pointed at them.
don't. Clearly.
What bears?
Kaya,
Exactly.
you notice something, but you don't know what it is, and there are more pressing matters right now.
Oh, gracious giant, you are right to be angry with us. But please, I have traveled far to see this most spectacular of shows. I meant no harm. I meant no ill will. I simply wanted to see you and your wonderful performance. I have no connection to the other two.
I'm just gonna start laughing.
Are you making a performance roll for that?
Would that be a performance?
I mean, are you saying that as performance, or are you just saying that and then doing your action? Like you could just say that. You could have just said that, to yourself, or like whispered under your breath, or said it as you're performing your action. What I'm asking is, are you like uh, glamming it up as a performance for your action, or are you just saying that with your action?
I'm trying. Poorly, mind you, considering what else has transpired in this tent. I'm trying to not get a barrel thrown at me. Would that be diplomacy? I'm trying to convince him that I at least mean him no harm.
That would be a diplomacy.
Alright, cool. Well,
That's
fuck.
not doing it for him. Are you doing anything else?
When this is all over, I'm coming after the two of you next.
Try me. The sword will not let me die.
Belton, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna do what I should have done at the beginning of this turn, at the beginning of this fight. I'm gonna cast Ice Spears on the giant.
Make those rolls.
And that's 2 Ice Spears. So I gotta roll again for the second one.
Wait, how are you? Hold on. How are you throwing the same spell twice?
It's it's a square, so it's 2 squares that it hits. 1 spear in one square, 1 spear in another square.
It should be 1d6 per spear. I believe is the calculation for that.
A creature that occupies the space takes 2d6 of piercing and 2d6 of cold per square.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, then yeah. So why does it have an attack roll?
It's just the damage roll.
No, the 29 and the 35. I mean, either way, both hit. He saved on the first one. And he saved on the second one. So, what, half piercing and half cold damage?
Oh, shit. Fuck. This means...
Yes, but this explosive growth can trip foes. They need to make a combat maneuver bonus against the targets that take damage. With a total bonus equal to my caster level and my charisma modifier plus 10 for the second spear.
I become...
But the save halves the damage and prevents the trip attempt, so they're good. But it takes saves against this take a -2 penalty.
Now I need to go figure out what the shaken condition does.
But they still would have saved.
Okay. You doing anything else?
Yeah, I'm moving out away from the flap.
You're breaking line of sight, basically?
Yes, I am.
Good job.
Ah, there it is. Well, fuck. Shagan. -2 penalty on attack rolls, saving throws, skill checks, and ability checks. Less severe. Okay, well... I have that for an hour now. Wonderful. Okay.
Hey, Sam.
Yes, dear.
Why is your max hit points 0?
Shouldn't be.
Your current hit points are 31. Max hit points are 0.
What's that, the blue one?
No, on your character sheet, where it has your strength, dex, con, base, whatever. There's
one thing.
it says current hit points 31, max 0.
There.
Yeah, but 31 shouldn't be your actual hit points because you took damage between last.
No, I didn't.
The crows never hit you?
No. No, they did not. They kept hitting my images.
Yeah, no, she is untouched.
Actually, now that you mention it, your images should still be active. What's
Cool.
the duration? What's the duration of that spell?
1 moment, caller. Your call is very important to us. We took less than like less than like 10 minutes to whoa. 1 minute per level.
All right, so yeah, about 9 minutes. So yeah, so it would still be in effect.
So last we were down to 5 images plus me, right? Yes.
Yeah, because the last roll I did was a D6, and then they hit the image, and so now it's
5 images plus me.
Mostly.
No, it was the D6 roll, so it's 4 images plus you.
So yeah, 4 images. Yeah, what you said. If he hits, he has to have. There's another roll to see if he even did hit me.
Right. So, good thing we know this because he's throwing a barrel at you.
No.
Yay.
I cast absolute nope.
He's actually throwing 2 barrels. He's been throwing 2 barrels.
I cast absolute nope. Neither one of those hit.
Someone cue the MC Hammer music.
No, I can't touch that.
I am Dodge Tank.
The Dodge Tank.
And now it's your turn.
Bernadette, I know you're in here. Call off your giant before we kill him. Please and thank you. We're gonna attempt a diplomacy. Directing it towards the figure in the cage.
Again, that sounded more like a threat than a.
Okay, fine. Then we can do an intimidate.
Just be like, our mad mage already murdered your bears. Do you want him to murder your giant?
You sounded muffled as hell.
Our mad mage murdered your bear. Do you want him to murder your giant?
Bernadette, call off your giant before we kill him. We've already killed the bears. Do you really want the show to be ruined?
The show is already ruined.
I want to ruin it some more.
Please no.
24 intimidate.
It seems nobody ever taught you the benefits of talking your way out of certain situations.
No, they did. I just decided against it.
The chef outside ratted you out. We know you're in here.
Okay, well just tell them everything, why don't you?
By the way, I would like to narrate that that when he threw the barrels, I just kind of pulled my sword out and blocked them both with the sword, and they just kind of smashed around me. Kind of like how the mage like blocks the fireball with the staff, and fire just flows around. We pull the sword out, we block, we put it back in. No pun intended. DM, are you okay?
Yeah. Torn between story and mechanics.
Go with the story. Story's always more important than mechanics.
In that case, you clearly hear a scoff coming from the cage behind the giant. He apparently doesn't care that much about his performers. He doesn't care for their well-being at all.
You performers need to unionize.
Kaya, you're up.
Hold on. No.
Your intimidate roll was your action.
I can still get a move action, bitch.
Okay, then move. You forgot to push to talk.
Hold on. I'm taking a 5-foot step back out of the tent. Just to, put some distance between me and the giant.
That is a 40 movement.
A 5-foot step?
I'm saying he can run that far in a single movement. And he also has a 10-foot reach.
But also in case I wanted to cast another spell. That way I can cast it in the tent. Regardless, that's what I'm doing. If I need to move back in, I can move back in.
I don't suppose talking my way out is still an option. No, the look on your face says it's not.
The audience is still kind of on the fence with who they
he heard Bernadette, didn't he? Like he heard that scoff too, right?
He basically, Kaya would have heard you threaten the performers, and Bernardini being like, okay, and?
So you can potentially diplomacy Bernadette. Since we know he's in, we have now confirmed he is in here.
Listen, Bernadette, was it? I had no intention of interrupting the show. I simply wished to speak with you. Perhaps we can deal with this situation in a less aggressive manner.
Watch you roll on that one.
Knowing my luck, that's probably what it's gonna be.
Why does it say condition shaken?
I have the dependent drawback. If I fail a diplomacy check, I get the shaken condition.
Yeah,
For
that
1
means you're
hour.
shaken.
What?
Yeah, you did fail that diplomacy check.
Damn.
You're a rogue.
For fuck's sake, stab him!
Or shoot him.
Yeah, none of these icons make any sense.
What?
There, you have the shaking condition.
Oh, hell. I have a plan, but I need one of you two to get your cowardly asses back in here.
I mean, since I still have, since I still have mirror image up, I can still step in. If I get hit, there's still a chance it won't hit me.
It's not your turn.
I'm saying for my next turn.
Go up there. There we go. And that is my turn.
Belton, you're up.
I am going to go into my pack, pull out my only potion of greater healing, and chug that son of a bitch.
Bitchin'!
Damn!
You rolled 8s on 2d8. You heal 19.
Going AFK. Just a second. I know it's my turn next. Or no, it's the,
I have
what
to
at the
go
space's turn.
feed the cat again. I'll be back.
I'm so glad I rolled 2 8s. And that is +3 for this total, not the. Yeah, it's for the total.
I'll just leave those there for when she gets back.
Oh shit.
Honestly, I don't think they hit. And even if so, she still has Shadow Clones up.
I am back to more than half health. I am happy. My sorcerer has been doing a lot of damage.
Glass cannon.
People forget about the
I have
cannon part.
returned.
Yeah, see all those dice?
Yeah.
Those are for you.
23 hits. However, you still need to roll to see if it hits me or a Figment. 12 does not hit.
Okie doke.
So in total, there is 5 of me. 1. We always go highest hits me. He does not hit me. He hits a Figment. There's now 4 of me.
Okie doke.
Would you like to narrate that?
Basically, he hucked a barrel at your head, and it goes right through you like a hologram, kind of like whoosh. And one of your duplicates kind of like vaporized with it, and you like from like Neo from like the Matrix, like leaned back to an upright position from the dodging bullets thing.
So basically, my bite matrix dodges the barrel.
Say again?
Tess,
So
Neo dodges.
Yeah, except this time, like, it looked like you got hit, but it, like, the barrel went through you. Like, it didn't like shatter upon impact. It just went through you, and as it went through you, your visage kind of like wisped away, and then you're like left there, like Neo, like leaning back, and then you like come back to an upright position. Like, nobody saw you lean back. It just hit the visage, and after the visage dissipated, then your true form was there, and you stand upright.
I gotta do some finagling with my sound.
And it is now your turn.
I apologize
Looking to see what I want to do.
my viewers. There's going to be a bit of an echo.
Quick, murder the giant.
Why is my microphone so quiet? That's a little bit better. I Okay, now we're getting somewhere. This is good. This is good. Now you can actually hear my voice on stream. Sort of. I don't know if that did anything, but we'll see.
I'll be right back.
Is there like
Okay.
a audio multiplier thing? Alright, well, that's as high as I
I am
can
so glad I
set
decided to buy a potion
my
of greater
volumes.
healing.
Yeah. Oh, this isn't looking good.
I guess this will have to do for now.
Anything else I got is either to help me in when melee combat, or I have to go into, or I have to make a touch attack.
Say that again.
Any spell that I have is I either have any spell I have left is either I'm gonna have to make a touch attack, or I'm going to have to get into melee range to assist, because the spells are to assist with melee combat. Like Keen Edge.
Yeah. For the record, Keen Edge does not stack with improved critical.
Oh.
If you take the feat improved critical, you've basically made that spell useless to you.
I don't think I have improved critical, do I? Now I need to check, sorry.
Don't think you do.
I do have improved critical.
It explicitly says both in the feat and for Keen Edge that they do not stack.
I did spells first, to be fair. I did my spells before I did my feats, to be fair. I don't have any more magic missile. I have shocking grasp, touch of combustion, mirror strike. That's gonna have me get into.
Shocking grasp. You can do that as part of a sword attack because your class. That's a class feature, I believe.
Like I said, I'm either gonna have to get into melee. Either way, I'm gonna have to get into melee range. I have no more range spells.
Effectively, you can do a melee attack and cast a spell. Oh, that's because, like, to do it as part of the same... Yeah, the spell combat is because of spell strike.
So... Yeah. Why in the fuck? Are you on my character sheet?
Yeah, I'm trying to read what your ability does real quick. Magus can deliver touch spells through their weapons, combining weapon damage and spell effects in a single melee attack. So yes, you can cast Shocking Grasp and make a melee attack, and it only counts as a standard action. And if it hits, you do your normal sword damage and the Shocking Grasp damage.
All right, let's do that. We're gonna pull out. We're gonna pull the sword out, kind of like run our hand over the blade to like get the electricity going. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like when Ed transmutes his arm in Full Metal Alchemist.
Yep.
Tesla is basically gonna say, I've had enough of. I've had about enough of you and your bullshit.
Are you doing a charged attack, like running charge attack?
Is that gonna benefit me?
Yes. Let me look up the specifics.
We really have not been utilizing the deck.
Charging is a special full round action that allows you to move up to twice your speed and attack during the move action. However, carries tight restrictions on how you can move. Basically, you have to move in a straight line, and there can't be anything in the way or whatever. It says if you move a distance equal to your speed or less, you can also draw your weapon during the charged attack. If your base attack bonus is at least +1. You get a +2 bonus to the attack roll, but you take a -2 penalty to your AC until the start of your next turn.
Okay.
So +2 to the attack.
I've got my figments.
Push to talk.
So we're gonna run up and we're gonna swing with Shocking Grasp enabled. Sorry, I didn't know how else to say that. I'm enabling with Shocking Grasp enabled.
Well, you're too close. You're like literally in his space. There you go. So make a normal sword attack roll.
(24 and 14).
You'd only get the first attack. The second attack is if you're doing a full round attack, but since you're doing a charged attack, it's only
24. And then Shocking Grasp. There's no saving throw for Shocking Grasp.
If there's an attack roll, there's no saving throw.
Yeah. So it's going to be 1d6 of electricity.
24 hits. I think it's 1d6 per caster level, max 5, I think.
Yes, it's maximum 5d6. So /R 5d6. So that's 13 plus 8. Tessai is going to yell fry. Or no. No.
Yeah, like the bottle chuckers.
Fry. We're going to go like... Secret Magus art, Chidori.
Actually, yeah, that's kind of what that is.
It's more of a Chidori Nagashi, but I get what you're saying.
At this point, it would be odd.
Yes.
Muso no Hinotachi?
No, not powerful enough for that.
Yet.
No, because max.
I will find a spell powerful enough.
There you go. Kaya, you're up.
Woo!
Are you gonna do something this round?
I have done something every round, so you shut the fuck up.
Diplomacy does not work here, young man.
By the way, that counts as flanking. Now,
Exactly.
Did you have to do? Hold on. To go over the bleachers, did you? Do you have a feat to help you over difficult terrain?
God, freaking. There we go.
It'd be difficult terrain either through the bear or across the bleachers. But if you only went through the one square of the bear, that would be double move in that space, which you would, yeah, that's as far as you'd be able to go anyway. Or wait. Yeah, from there. Do you have anything that lets you move on difficult terrain with ease?
I don't think so, no. No.
Because if not,
No.
you'd have to use your standard action to make it the rest of the way over. Basically, you spend your standard action to get 2 move actions in order to make that run.
What are you talking about? That would only take an extra 5 feet of movement from me.
Did I do the math wrong? Hold on. Oh, yeah, my bad. I can't subtract. So yes.
He's autistic. He can't subtract.
Yeah, numbers going backwards doesn't make sense to me, and I don't know why. Anywho.
Oh, I see.
You are flanking.
You got that branch.
Yeah.
Fun.
You are flanking, so you can deal sneak attack damage.
Also, greetings, my fellow autistic. Oh my god, everything is, breaking. What the fuck?
Just roll up that fistful of D6.
Hold on, everything is breaking.
Goddamn rogues.
Reload page.
Hope you all realize, like, in between my turns, I'm just sitting here crocheting. So I gotta make curtains for the new place, so I'm just crocheting curtains for the new place in between my turns.
Do you want me to roll for you?
I got it fixed. Everything is fixed.
So you would roll with your regular attack, and then you would also roll the sneak attack. Why did you roll your sneak attack twice?
Because they're being extra sneaky deaky.
It rolled my sneak attack 3 times.
To quote Goblin Slayer,
it looks like it was twice on my screen. There's 15 and 12.
I don't see
Mine's showing 15 and a 52.
Yeah, that's what mine showed me.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Well, the 15 is the official one.
Right, but I'm trying to wonder why is the
The 52, it looks like it rolled for a crit for some reason.
I don't know why. But anywho, if I was better at programming, I would go in here and modify the sheet so that way it would not do that. But since it is what it is.
Tis fine. That is my turn.
Is he dead?
Tessa, you noticed the rogue maneuvered behind the giants, and then you notice the giant just like not juggling anymore as he collapses to the ground with a series of perforations in his back.
About fucking time. Now that
if you're going to choose violence, at least be proficient at it.
Listen, I've been too.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I've proven my proficiency.
Did you forget the crows fight, where I basically was taking all the hits? Or not all the hits, but 90% of the hits. And I haven't gotten injured yet this whole time we've been in here. Now that we are out of combat, I'm gonna walk up to the door of the cage.
I'm just going to quickly sprint over the bodies.
I'll loot the corpses here later, in a bit. Perception 11. Seriously?
You don't need to roll a perception check. You're just looking through the cage. It's not like it's like a peephole that you're trying to look around. It's just a cage. It's the opening, the gaps in it are like big enough you could like hand like a plate of food to them or whatever. Bars are really narrow.
So you must be Bernadette.
Did you guys get the character pop up for that?
No.
Should have. Hold on.
I've got Midnight Circus. Bio and the Tengu.
Okay, so to describe what he looks like, he is a relatively he's a very dapper looking fellow with a
The hell is going on with his
alligator like
hands?
head, and
Are his
upon
hands
closer
backwards?
inspection, his hands are not on the right arms.
What?
His hands are backwards.
His what you would assume would be his left hand is attached to his right arm, and vice versa.
Knowledge Arcana 20. Can I identify what he is? Or would they be knowledge nature?
Hold on, it's acting weird now. Like his character sheet isn't showing up for me. Hold on.
Gotta love
It's not
the
Lumen Bike
stuff.
stream without technical difficulties. Merch link in the chat.
I have yet to be in a single stream that didn't have some kind of scuff.
Okay.
Everything alright?
Yep, hold on.
Okay.
I gotta see what knowledge category this would be considered.
See, you guys can't hear this, but all I hear is just like really fast click clack on the keyboard.
Fun.
Clicky clacky and pacified.
Yeah, he's basically right above me.
Rattle.
My desk is down in the living room. His is in the bedroom above me, and he has the door open, so I can basically hear his keyboard. All I hear is really fast and furious keyboard typing.
I'm just gonna comment. He's quite a handsome lizard, if not for the hands.
To each their own, I suppose.
Oh no, the furries are here.
He's an objectively handsome lizard.
It's a joke because I too am a lizard. Well, my persona is a lizard.
I'm a bird.
I know plenty of bird furs.
Your knowledge arcana check yields no information.
Is it because it's not knowledge arcana, or is it because I rolled too low?
That would be metagaming.
I've been traveled through pretty much most of the.
You sound like you're eating your microphone.
I am. It's delicious. Can you hear me now?
I could hear you before. It just sounded like I was hearing you from your own throat.
Kinky. All jokes aside, is he a common looking race? I mean, I've traveled pretty much most of the continent. Would he be a race that I would recognize?
I don't know, does Pathfinder have lizard folk?
They have lizard folk. Out of character, I know what he is. They have lizard folk, I think. If not, they are very easily put in because there is a set of rules to make your own race.
Well, you see, I have experience from 5th edition regarding creatures with backwards hands, and they're not friendly and not pleasant and not something you want to deal with. But I don't know how well that translates to this.
As far as whether or not what he is normal, seeing an anthropomorphic humanoid like this is not the weird part, but the backwards hands thing is kind of weird. That's the part that stands out the most. That's not common.
So Tessai looks at this anthropomorphic crocodile humanoid person.
You could just call him Bernadette.
Okay, Bernadette, and says, "You must be Bernadette. We have much to discuss."
In a arrogant tone, he basically says something akin to, "I doubt that."
Oh, but we do. You have something we need. At least according to our information source, that is.
I mean, I can just kill him if you want.
Can we, like, not?
Considering that you just barely survived the last encounter, I don't think resorting to violence right away would be wise.
Look, that was a giant. What's the odds this man can outfight a giant?
As an individual who hunts down people for a living, I can say I have fought quite a few individuals who can outfight a giant who looked no more intimidating than he does. So watch it.
But why would he be in a cage?
That's a wonderful question. Perhaps we should be asking questions.
As you inquire about that, you notice the furnishings in the cage are very luxurious, like fine leather couches, and he's in a I wouldn't say a chair fit for a king, but it's very like has a really big
A
tall
very
back,
plush chair.
Yeah, it's plush. It's got fancy carpentry like crafted into it and stuff.
I see that tea
He's
set
got a
over
really
there.
Yeah, he's got the fancy little china tea set going on. He's sipping his own little cup.
Tessai says to the rogue to check the deck.
Alright. I don't think... Didn't Belton take that from me? I don't think he gave that back.
I'm pretty sure I handed it back to you after looking through it.
Alright, then I'll check the deck.
As you check the deck, you come across two more cards that have been burned. I wish I could zoom in this window.
I don't suppose anyone would have some kind of speculation as to what happens if all of the cards burn.
No.
And as to why this one suddenly turned shiny?
It appears to be a rather unique item. I've come across decks that were magic, but nothing quite like this.
I know a card. Oh, there it is.
The juggler.
Tessai says to Bernadette, does the name Malagny Garrissy ring a bell?
Yeah, those two cards are now burned. I think those were the only ones so far.
DM?
Nope, third one. Hold on.
DM?
Hold on. Okay. Those three cards are now burned. The Bears, the Joke, and the Juggler.
Okay, DM.
Yes.
Tessai says to Bernadette, does the name Malagny Garrissy ring a bell?
I don't have the words for this, but he basically replies with an answer that you can't tell if he doesn't know it or if he just doesn't care that much about it. He either doesn't know or he just doesn't care, and with his answer, you can't tell.
How very helpful.
How's it going looking through the deck?
3 more cards have been scorched.
Find anything that useful?
It's a bit difficult to tell if things are useful when I don't know anything about this deck.
Would you like me to take a look?
By all means.
Assuming you're handing me the deck.
Yes, I hand you the deck.
I'm gonna start flipping through the deck. make this window bigger so I can see all these damn cards without actually dealing them.
No, you just click on the deck, it'll flip over the top card, and you can just keep doing that.
I flip through the deck and pull out this card. The Rakshasa. Seeing that this card looks similar to Bernadette.
Oh no, that's exactly what he looks like.
Seeing this card looks like Bernadette, I pull the card out and ask him, holding it in between my fingers, I ask, would you like to speak now?
The Rakshasa card shimmers and becomes all shiny now.
So I will repeat my previous question. Do you know who Malagny Garrison is?
With the shimmering of this card, you notice his body language is more easy to read. He basically gives you the same answer, but there's things about his eye movements and the way he's sitting, like you have more insight about him now. Hard to describe.
You have been named as a conspirator to try and find a way outside of this plane. We're not from this plane, and we're just looking for Malagny Garrison. We just want to retrieve him and leave this place. But we've also been told that you have a piece of the thing of the item we require to leave this place.
I'm sorry, there was a paragraph I forgot to read. At the far end of the tent stands a sophisticated network of wiry bars and iron embellishments for an elaborate animal cage. The interior is furnished with overstuffed chairs and divans, and teacups of fine porcelain crowd every visible surface.
Fancy.
So I'm just gonna repeat what I just said to him.
Yeah, he heard you the first time. Give me a second to put words together. He tells you that he's more than willing to answer any and all of your questions, but it's not going to do you very much good because he almost invariably lies.
Yeah, great.
Then what can we do on our part to ensure no ill will and to get honest answers?
Looks like we've got ourselves a good old textbook brain teaser here.
He offers you a challenge. The three of you can ask him 5 questions to catch him in a lie. And if you succeed, not only will he provide you with sanctuary, a base of operations at his circus, but he will also direct you to who it is and what it is you're looking for, namely his token that he carries.
Alright, so let's put our heads together and come up with some foolproof questions here.
Quick question, Mr. Bernadette. Is that
As
God, no.
hold on. As you collect your thoughts and you're like huddling up to figure this out, he tells you, "But if you fail, I get to keep one of you to use as one of my new replacement attractions since you dispatched with my main attraction."
We tried to do this the diplomatic way. Unfortunately, you were unwilling.
Excuse you?
He would word this more with a dapper tone, but basically he says something along the lines of, "It's not his fault that you suck."
Bro literally just had skill issue.
Basically. For the record, the entire last encounter could have absolutely been done with no combat whatsoever. None of you rolled good enough and you don't have a bard.
Fine, I'll multi-class into Bard.
I just wanted to blow shit up.
I would make a terrible attraction. Nobody wants to see a elf just talking to herself while talking to a sword. That isn't
I
going
don't know,
to
that can be
seemingly
pretty
talk
entertaining.
back.
One
I'd
hell
make
of
a
joke.
wonderful attraction.
Oh no, for you, the drow, he would probably strap your feet to the floor and have people throw stuff at you for you to show off your sword skills and avoid being hit. Since you're so good at dodging the barrels, maybe it'd be a fun show to see how good your dodging skills are. Free rotten fruit for the audience.
Honestly, sounds like fun. Where
aren't-
do I get tickets?
Oh, aren't we there so original?
Basically, he's gonna. If he chooses you, you're basically gonna be playing humiliation fruit ninja for the rest of your life.
I was waiting for the joke.
I'm just a straight up magician, so
I was waiting for the fruit ninja joke.
I'm gonna cast Prestidigitation and clean myself up real quick.
As he takes another sip of his tea, he laughs because he warns you that violence is useless because I've hidden the token, and if you kill me, you'll never find it.
Yeah, I've got a few centuries in me. I can find it.
If I can find
Hold on. Out of player knowledge, in this realm, you don't age.
Oh, so we have eternity. Got it.
He said forever.
Yeah, but how will we eat? We still have to eat and sleep.
Time still moves, like an hour is still an hour, but if you spent like 50 years in here, you wouldn't age. You'd be just the same as you were from the first day you came in.
I'll stay 22 forever.
I said a few centuries as if I wasn't gonna die young.
Alright, look, we gotta put our heads together and come up with some damn good questions for this.
We could ask a simple question such as, with the name of the dragon in question that's heading this whole conspiracy, we could ask him the dragon's name? just to set a baseline as to whether or not he would answer whether or not he would lie about something so basic, or if we have to be more complex?
You only get 5 questions.
I'm aware.
And you have to have irrefutable proof, not just a hunch.
How would we have proof?
Well, say we asked him something like, who killed those bears? If he said, you, Belton, that would be the truth. If he said, one of us two, that would be the lie.
But he doesn't have to lie, is the thing.
Exactly. He did say almost always, but not quite always.
He could also just be vague and say you three.
But it was all me.
But that itself would also be a lie, because I had no part in that.
Yeah, no, I'm the only one who killed the bear.
We do need to set a baseline on how petty he's willing to lie. Or how petty he's willing to be about lying. I don't know if I'm articulating that okay.
I think I'm tracking.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Is he going to lie about little things? Like, what color is my shirt? Or is he going to lie about more complex things? Like, where exactly do we find the dragon? Who's the head of this conspiracy? We need to set a baseline.
Well, we could probably spare one or two questions for establishing a baseline.
We probably should have asked the DM to temporarily leave the call so that way we could conspire without him hearing.
Maybe.
So what do we think our first question's gonna be?
Well, you could ask him what color your shirt is. It'd be a trick question because you're not wearing one.
That is technically correct. I am not wearing a shirt. I am wearing a kimono.
I mean, I could ask him what color my kilt is.
Well, no, if we ask him what color my shirt is, technically it would be a trick question. Shall we go ahead and ask?
Yeah, let's go with it.
One of you two want to ask, or am I asking?
I mean, I'm wearing
Your
silken
question.
armor.
Tessa is gonna ask Bernadette what color her shirt is.
He lets you know that that's a That's an unfair question to answer because you're not wearing a shirt. And that does not count as one of your 5 questions because it was an invalid question.
Okay, so he's not willing to lie about very petty things, so we need to think a bit more out of the box. DM, is there any way you can mute our audio for your mic or whatever, so that way you can't hear us conspiring? Is there any way you can't hear us but the stream can still hear us?
Yes, but for me to not hear you guys would make it more difficult for me to even be able to respond.
I figured that would only...
You have to trust in me to not metagame.
Like, kind of what you just did?
I mean, yeah, but again, that was an invalid question.
Oh. Shit. Okay. Sorry, I was watching the stream and the screen just went white.
Yeah, I had to refresh the page because it wasn't right.
Okay. So guys, we need to be a little bit more creative.
Who killed the performers?
Is that what we're asking him? We should be specific and say who killed the bears.
Nah, you see, but all this whole thing is about specifics. There is power in the details.
Okay.
So, what is your question?
So I ask him, who killed the performers?
You 3 strangers.
But you see, one amongst us did not deliver the coup de
A
grace.
killing blow. One of us did not deliver a killing blow.
You still aided and abetted, therefore you contributed, therefore you are included.
This lizard is good. I'll give him that.
So we need to be really creative, guys. We got 4 questions left.
4 questions is plenty. If only the present company were better at this kind of thing. Myself included.
Question for the DM.
Go ahead.
Would Bernadette know of anything outside of this plane? I'm assuming not.
I'm going to say, based on your interactions with the chef outside, uh, the only world that exists to them is this plane. Like, the concept of outside is like, that's like us talking about heaven or talking about another planet or something. It's like, I mean, it might be a thing, but I mean, it's like not a known thing.
So they've entertained the idea, but have no real information.
Nor do they have any reason to believe there is an outside.
But the conspirators are trying to get to the outside.
Lord Zasrian specifically. Zasrian brought the conspirators together to kill Sorenray in order to try, in an effort to progress his goal of getting out. But this getting out is of no interest to anybody else. Everybody else took what they wanted from Sorenray when they murdered her. In this case, he took Sorenray's tongue, and his linguistic skills were basically he stole her tongue so he could acquire her linguistic abilities. You have 4 questions left.
Guys, I'm kind of stuck, and I've done this module before. It's been too long, or else I would have been able to come up with a question by now.
My brain doesn't function like this.
DM, can we phone a friend?
What, like pray to a god?
Can I ask my sword for insight? My sword is technically smarter than me. Can my sword tell me? Can my sword provide any, like, perhaps give me a good question to ask?
Roll a d20 and add your sword's intellect modifier.
$17. Sword's intel modifier is... Oh, no, it's actually 2. So no, that would be 15.
Give me a second, I'm putting words together.
Basically, I pseudo-threaten the sword, like, unless you want to be a circus attraction for the rest of our existence, can you lend a helping hand, please? After all, you were sent by... I suspect you were sent by Illustrator herself.
You need to get him to lie about something. Could be anything. Then you have to get him to lie about something that would invalidate his previous answer. Catch him in a logical loop.
I relay this information to my comrades.
Like,
Yeah,
you'd
my
have to
brain
ask
doesn't.
him.
My brain doesn't work like that.
You would have to catch him in something like, ask him two different questions about two different things that are mutually exclusive with each other. Like, both can't be true or both can't be wrong. Or, like, yeah, both can't be true.
Does Bernadette speak? Do we know if Bernadette speaks any other language besides Common?
He hasn't spoken to you in anything other than Common.
Any of you speak the language of the dragons?
One moment, caller.
Did you just put me on hold?
Yes. I do speak Draconic, actually.
Belton?
Tessai speaks Draconic.
Is Walrus still here?
I was contemplating my navel.
What?
But yes, I speak Draconic.
Alright, cool. I suppose it's as good a place as any to start.
Because if he took Sorenry's tongue, his linguistic skills improved. So therefore, he should know a few other languages besides Common.
That's crossing metagame. That's metagaming right there. He got better at speaking. It's not like he knows languages.
He got a charisma boost.
The DM phrased it as linguistics. I'm blaming the DM for the confusion. Because upping charisma and having a better linguistic skill are two different things. I want the record to show.
The words in the as written are, he gained her glibness and gift for manipulation.
That is charisma, not linguistics.
Linguistics is tied to intelligence. How does getting a tongue make you smarter?
You said linguistics. When you were talking about Sorenry's tongue, you said that
his linguistic ability
his...
increased. I didn't say learn new languages.
That
either way, you have 4 questions.
All right, it's getting late, guys. We need to. DM, can we get some help?
This is kind of a more on you than it is on me kind of thing.
Could we ask what languages he speaks and try and find a language that he does that he will not tell us about? Or would that be a little too...
No, you're kind of onto something there.
Tessai asks Bernadette what languages he speaks. DM?
Hold on. I gotta do this like in character kind of thing.
Well, I heard something really loud up there.
Yeah, I sat down. Me and my fat ass, okay? Yeah, bring mention to it every time.
I've ignored it like the last 3 times. Because when I hear a loud noise up there and then nothing from you, I'm going to assume something is wrong.
If you don't hear me yell, all is well.
She's worried, my dude.
I know, but like, if I'm gonna fall, I make it a spectacle. So like, if I'm gonna fall, even if I know I'm not gonna get hurt, I'll still scream. Just to try and make it funny. So if there's just a thud and I don't say anything,
Right.
then I didn't get hurt because I didn't say ow or some sort of other expletive. And if I didn't scream or say something stupid or funny, then I didn't like fall otherwise. As for the languages he speaks, he says that he only speaks common.
Yeah, well.
I insult him in Draconic.
He doesn't flinch.
Same insult, but in Undercommon.
Roll a sense motive.
One moment.
Whatever your roll is, add +4.
Thou art a greasy clayface canker blossom.
10.
Oh my.
He seems to give no mind to your comment. He seems unfazed by your comment.
Could I say in Undercommon what beautiful scales he has?
Make a sense
I
motive
would
roll.
like to pay
Also
very
with a
close
+4.
attention to what he's doing.
Also make
while
a sense
they're doing
motive roll.
this. Hell yeah. Sense motive is where I shine.
And Tessa, you can make another sense motive at Bellen's comment.
Do I no pluses for at
Everybody does this with a +4.
So 16 for Bellen's comment.
Okay, let's see here.
I got a 27.
Was alertness? Yes, it was alertness that gave me the +2. Is that...
Belton, you notice that with your compliment, as you punctuate the compliment, his eyes lock onto you for like a fraction of a second. Some hint of acknowledgement.
So
The
sense motive was with a +4, you say?
Yeah, with the +4.
With
The
that
rest of
+4,
you,
I got a 21.
you two do not perceive anything.
Damn.
I start speaking to Belton in Undercommon.
What are you saying?
Talking about how trash those bears and the giant was.
Make a sense motive check. With each comment, everyone makes a sense motive.
Seriously, okay. 10 again.
$27, $28, $29. That's a modified 30.
That's a 26.
I was going to say, Belton, at this point, you no longer need to roll.
I'm going to reply, well, what do you expect? He's trapped in this plane. You're not liable to find good material around here.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What was that?
I'm going to reply to you in Undercommon. What do you expect? He's trapped in this plane. You're not expected to find good performers around here.
Huh. Maybe that's why he's so desperate to try and get one of us. So maybe actual people would perform in his, so that way he could get actual audience members. In Undercommon, so I will make another sense motive.
Kaya, at this
26.
point, you all realize that with your discussions in Undercommon, each thing that you say, he is giving off some hint of he's reacting to it almost as if he wants to answer, but he's keeping his answer to himself. He's trying to pretend to not know the nonsense that you're speaking. But he clearly at least gets a gist of what you're saying. Which is to say, he's...
You're getting a little antsy over there. Something on your mind?
Now, do you speak this in common or Undercommon?
I don't speak Undercommon.
He looks at you and says, is that one of your 5 questions? 4 remaining, I should say.
In Undercommon, I would
have
say
3 remaining.
In Undercommon, I would say you would like that to be, wouldn't it?
You notice ever so slightly his smile just shows like one extra tooth in his big crocodile maw.
Well, look, guys, I don't know what the fuck you're saying, but it seems to be working, so I guess keep going.
I tell Belton that obviously circus must be strapped for cash because there's just broken down there's just wagons outside with obvious fake use on it, or the fake wear and tear. If they fake wear and tear on everything in the circus, I can imagine how shoddy the performance with just bears and a juggler would be. I mean, after all, that juggler couldn't hit me the whole night.
He takes another sip of his tea and he asks, "Do you have any more questions for me?"
In Undercommon, I say, I don't know, do we?
I'm gonna slip into Draconic without thinking and just compliment his scales, his teeth, how fearsome he looks.
I'll speak Draconic as well. He'll be like, is that what you guys have been saying?
I say in Draconic, no, we've been trashing the circus this whole time.
Oh, well, he definitely didn't seem to like that very much.
Nothing to my comment of, I don't know, do we have any, is that a question? Or do we have any more questions in Undercommon?
He reminds you that you have 4 questions to prove one of his lies is indeed a lie.
Hold on, wouldn't we have 3?
He just responded to my Undercommon, therefore we just caught him in a lie. Because he said he only spoke common, he just responded to my Undercommon.
His response was not directed as an answer to your question.
But DM.
Okay.
Just try asking him a question in Undercommon.
From player to player, like, just like across the board, like role playing aside, he speaks Undercommon, but you have to prove that he speaks Undercommon when he admitted that he did not. By talking to him in Undercommon or saying things in front of him in Undercommon, and then him acknowledging, like, what you are saying, you get a good suggestive hint that he obviously knows some degree of Undercommon, which is more than he said he knew. But you have to prove it.
Ask him a question in
Undercommon. If I just said something in Undercommon and he just replied to it, that therefore proves.
If you make sounds at me, I can still respond to the sounds you make at me, even though the sounds make no coherent sense.
Which is also why we're trying to insult the circus, switching between insults and compliments.
He's flattered by he seems to be flattered by the compliments, and he doesn't care about how shitty you think his circus is. It's his circus. The only one who needs to care about it is him.
Belton, we're gonna switch up the conversation in Undercommon.
He's kind of a dick.
You hear me, Belton?
Yeah.
We're gonna switch up the Undercommon talk. We're gonna start talking about the conspirators. And how if they're just going to take down an old lady, how weak they must be to only be taking down to prey on an old lady. The one
Soren Ray was not an old lady.
Shush, let me speak, DM. To prey on an old lady and then dismember her. And then like take her body parts and use them for their own evil purposes.
Is escape truly an evil purpose, though? I mean, would you want to be trapped in a plane like this, unchanging? That's a more cruel torture than I could imagine.
But could they have not asked their creator for freedom?
Note to self: learn to speak Undercommon.
I mean, I'm certain they've tried that. The type of individual who would create a place like this is not known for their sanity.
I don't know. If Bernadette, the lizard in front of us, seems like an evildoer if he doesn't even care about his source of income and only cares for himself.
Player knowledge, Rakshasa, lawful evil.
I mean, he looks evil enough. He looks like he would just murder an old lady and take one of her body parts for his own evil doing purposes.
He kind of looks like Creme LaCrue.
Who?
I see I am the only Legends of Evantris fan here.
Oh, Creme.
Creme LaCrue, Once Upon a Witchlight, and other campaigns.
Yes, the Adventurous Christmas special.
What I do, I'm Creme LaCrue and I love unicorns.
Switching up the undercommon talk again, talking about attacking the rock, about attacking Bernadette. DM, does that get any rise out of him?
That does get his attention. He doesn't say anything or acknowledge, but you can tell by his body language.
If his performers went down so easy, then perhaps maybe he'll also fall as well. I mean, after all, he said that we wouldn't be able to find his, what did he call it? An artifact?
His token.
His token. I mean, we could just take it by force. It's a circus tent with nothing but junk in it. How hard can it be to find a token?
We don't know the size of this token. It could be as simple as a small pendant. It could be under his hat. And what a fine hat it is. Fuck, I have a crush.
Hey,
He
yo,
pours
what?
himself. He pours himself another cup of tea.
Fuck,
I'm just gonna sit down on the ground and start humming a tune. I don't know what the fuck these two are saying. I'm just...
we're trying to get a rise out of him to make him like acknowledge what we're saying.
Ooh, tell him his top hat is shit.
You're beginning to sense by now that he's aware of your tactic, and you should probably try something else.
Like I said, ask him a question in Undercommon. As per the agreement, he has to answer, if he understands the question.
That wasn't the agreement.
He just had to answer the question. It didn't say it had to be in specific language.
Yes, but if you ask him the question in Undercommon and he answers the question, then clearly he understood the question.
What's to stop him from acting like he doesn't know what you're saying? He didn't say he has to answer every question you ask him.
In Undercommon, I asked Bernadette. Fuck. I just lost my question. Fuck.
Especially since he led you to believe that he only speaks common, it would be in his best interest to only answer questions spoken in common. I told you, this guy's a prick.
I sign a sentence in Drow sign language. Does that get any...
Only Drow know Drow sign language.
God, okay. My apologies.
Like, anybody who speaks Undercommon doesn't know Drow sign language.
In Undercommon, I asked Belton what our next move should be.
I'm going to slip out of Undercommon and swap back to Common. Honestly, it's sort of rude to speak around our host when he clearly can't understand us.
He says, "Indeed." Takes another sip.
So we've 4 questions or 3?
You're still at 4.
So we know he understands Undercommon. We just have to catch him speaking Undercommon. Or admitting he knows Undercommon.
Now wait a minute. The performers was 1, the languages was 2.
Oh yeah, so it is 3 questions.
Well, we have a thing. Now we just have to find a way to catch him admitting that he knows Undercommon. That's our only lead right now. What was the blue dragon's name? Rathian? Zasrian? Kaya, Belton, did you hear that Zasrian is coming for the rest of the tokens?
I vaguely remember hearing something about that, yeah.
That he's begun to kill off all of the conspirators one by one and taking their tokens. Because he's tired of waiting for his escape.
Real grisly scene, that's for sure.
I mean, after all, we just came
Pun intended.
from... We just came from witnessing one of the other tokens being stolen.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a pretty sight. Why do you bring this up?
Well, we have to warn our dear Bernadette here.
He wants to get eaten by a dragon, that's his own business.
DM, we are really starting to struggle. I'm gonna roll another d20 to see if the sword can offer any more insight.
I'm going to go get myself some food.
And I'm going to continue admiring the lizard man.
14. Does the sword have anything new to say?
Maybe trick him into giving you the token?
Bernadette.
Yes.
Since Zasrian is coming for everybody's tokens, why don't you leave your token with us for safekeeping?
I have no reason to believe that he would do such a thing.
But I mean, if he led you all in a mutiny against your creator, what's to say he wouldn't kill the rest of you? After all, does he not crave freedom outside the deck? Or outside this plane? I mean,
and how does giving you his token keep him safe? Zasrian's going to come here, ask him for it, and whether he has it or not, if Zasrian wanted to kill me, he would just kill me.
Yes, but you can point to us, outsiders. Because has Zasrian not also taken?
But even if I point him, to you, if he wanted to kill me, he'll still kill me. So I'm dead either way. I'm dead regardless.
So you're willing to allow him to get his freedom while you sit here and rot forever?
I don't care to leave. I got what I wanted.
And what is it that you want?
I already have it.
A rundown circus with mediocre performers and a fake audience?
No. I
That's
stole
what
Soren
that's
Ray's.
what you have.
I stole Soren Ray's tongue.
The token isn't her tongue, is it?
No, you remember that the tokens are assorted gems that were embroidered into her. Kepnia's like a family tapestry kind of scarf thing. He teamed up, helped ambush her, killed her, ripped out her tongue, and then took the one of her gems off of her. Kepnia is basically as an insult to injury.
But why steal an old woman's tongue?
She was not an old woman, and you have one question left.
Gonna ask the sword one more time. +2 is 17.
Your sword hints to you that he's lied, and you have proof. But since your sword doesn't actually speak, all you have is its influence. You have what you need to basically defeat him. You just need to figure it out. Basically, the evidence you need, you have. You just need to figure it out if you are paying attention.
And yes, the sword does speak. It's a telepathic connection.
It doesn't say that it's straight up like speech. Does it actually give languages to it?
Black Blade starts with common as a language. As the blade
Oh
increases
shit. Okay.
intelligence,
Okay. So I feel like I'm cheating myself by giving you the answer against me.
I went through completely the legitimate means.
How many questions did he say you had left?
1.
How many questions did you ask?
Belton, Kaya.
We asked 3, if I recall correctly.
Bear in mind, this is one of those things where asking a question about the questions counts as a question.
Oh, we've already gone over our limit.
I basically say, guys, my sword says that he's already lied. He's told us we have an incorrect amount of questions left.
If you can list off the 5 questions you already asked him, you win.
Hope one of you was taking notes.
Language. We've asked about the tongue. We've asked about the tokens. We've asked about the first question. There is another question we asked. Which was it?
What is it that you want?
Those are the 5 questions.
Bernadette, you lied to us. We asked you 5 questions. You just told us we have 1 left. And we list off the 5 questions.
He freezes mid-sip. He acknowledges that you've won. He tips his hat to you, sets down his cup of tea, and awkwardly claps his hands backwards, crossing his arms.
Oh, that's adorable.
Which one of you approaches him?
I do.
He picks up his teacup, throws back the rest of the tea, and then tips the teacup upside down in your hand, dropping the Songsmith's Kiss. That. A garnet and gold pendant.
The only way I'm seeing this is why watching the stream, it's not actually coming up. At least for me, it's not on my player screen.
It is in your journals now. Congratulations, you outsmarted the Rakshasa, and you've found the first token.
Shall we all set up camp? Tessai asks, shall we set up camp?
As you discuss your goings on for the time being, you notice that the pile of corpses that you left in the center ring. I have no way to animate this on screen, but this is, in my mind, what you would see happening. It's as if, imagine, as the way that they're laying there, they're imagine as if they're the it's really difficult to describe this. imagine like in an art program where you have like one layer is the just the outline, and you have the colors, all of the colors on a separate layer. Okay, now picture that, but like all of the corpses, it's as if the layer that's just the outline melts kind of into like a puddle that kind of soaks into the ground. And as it does, that layer that's still there, that's like all the colors to them, get picked up by a breeze you can't feel and wisps out the nearest window.
Interesting, interesting.
As agreed, Bernadette says that you are welcome to set up your base of operations, if you will, at his circus, and he will take strides in making sure that you will all have the finest accommodations.
Aw, after you just threatened to have us all turned into circus spectacles.
Care for a cup of tea?
Sense motive. Yeah. Get that close. $15.
It wouldn't be beyond reasonable to assume that the tea would be hazardous to your health, but not his.
I politely declined the tea.
So effectively, you guys have been in game for about an hour and a half. Do you really want to set up camp, or do you want to try and move on?
Set up camp because I have almost no spells left. At least that's what I say we do.
I've burnt a good bit of my most powerful spells. And combat is stressful.
We need to sit back and chill. Take a nap.
Out of game, be mindful of in-game time lapse and uh, like don't blow all your spells like in the early game. There'll be more there'll be more events like this where you'll have to do multiple encounters, one right after another, repeatedly. So if you burn all your spells like all in one spot, then you won't have any for the next part.
I mean, if this is going to be our base, it would be a good idea to familiarize ourselves with it, would it not?
Yeah.
Sam, tell them about navigating in this place.
The deck if you would try to leave the circus, the deck is going to take you to where it wants you to go. We cannot freely navigate through here. If we try to leave, the deck will take us to where it thinks we need to be. And
more accurately,
I don't know if we're going to be able to come back here anytime soon.
More accurately, this plane is literally a deck of cards. And all the cards are face down, so you don't know what the next card is you draw. So effectively, it could be anywhere. And then if somebody shuffles the deck, who says the cards will be in the same order? It uses that logic.
So it's possible we could return, but not very likely.
Yes.
Leaving valuables would be unwise. But if you want to regain your spells and everything, staying here for the night would be in your best interest before moving on.
Yeah.
Because you don't know how soon you're going to need those spells as soon as you get to the next place.
Yeah. I say we do that, and then we'll continue next session because it is getting late.
Yep, that's. I was gonna cut it here, whether we finished now or whether we finished at like 9:30. By the way, out of game, you want to know why playing as Bernadini was so fucking hard?
Because of how articulate he is.
He knows he had detect thoughts on you as soon as you entered the tent. So all the times that you were talking other languages to try and egg him on, he knew what the fuck you were trying to do. So I had to play like I don't know what you're talking about. That's why you saying like can't you just like move your headset and stuff, like make it so you can like I technically I should still be allowed to hear you because detect thoughts. So I had to try and lie to you in such a way that you could prove to me that I lied to you with 5 questions or less when I also know exactly what you're thinking.
Just to kind of rub salt in Bernaditte's wound, I say in Undercommon that circus thing's not really working out for you there, is it?
He basically tells you that having attractions coming into his circus is not a difficult thing to come by, as you'll soon find out. And then he refers to you as a very derogatory slur in Undercommon.
Oh, please. Lolf's followers did worse. If I survive Lolf's followers, I think I can brush off whatever you have to throw.
By the way, bonus XP for activating the Rakshasa card. In case you couldn't tell by playing the Rakshasa card, that's where that +4 to sense motive came in for everyone.
I knew we needed to play the Rakshasa card. That's why I'm like, give me the deck. This will go a lot smoother if we play the Rakshasa card.
Also, because it's already been spent, the Uprising, if you were to go into combat with Bernadini, he would get the unluck curse during that combat.
Oh dear.
Yeah. See, the thing about the Uprising is that was an interesting one because you could use it at any point during the game, and its effect applies to the next conspirator that you face, which was Bernadini. So it was active. All of the cards that were charred were missed opportunities.
And anything that turns into a foil is cards we used correctly.
Yep.
I played through the start of this module before we got as far as actually meeting Soren Ray.
Sort of. What's left?
What's left of her. So that's how I sort of know what cards to play. And I you may like hear me hinting at some metagaming things, or me like trying to not metagame so hard. That's because I already know most of what's going to happen.
Don't make it a habit because, like I said, I let it slip this time. But Phoenix, honestly, why were you holding back playing the Rakshasa card against what was obviously a Rakshasa? Or is he still getting food? Anywho, now do you guys get a gist of how the deck works?
I knew how the deck works.
I wasn't referring to you.
Yeah, I was wondering why he hasn't been drawing cards. The decks are meant to be pulled from.
Yeah, in this particular module, the deck is there to help you. Now, I'm personally like homebrewing the rules as far as like missed opportunities and stuff, but that's just to try and incentivize you guys to be using it more. The Bears would give the Bears disadvantage on their acrobatics check to not fall off the thing. The Juggler, if he were to roll a 1, he would get hit by his own barrels instead of just missing them, like throwing at you guys. It would be a case of like he tried to throw, but instead he not only missed, but he missed catching the other two he still had up in the air, and he got hit with his own barrels. And as far as the joke, if you were trying the route of influencing the audience in your favor, playing the joke would give you a bonus to those rolls.
I was debating on Magical Girl transforming.
By the way, the DC on that was 28, and you would have had to succeed 5 times without taking any damage. Or at least for each time you take damage, you lose a progress point. At 5, as soon as you hit 5 progress points, it's done. You automatically win, whether they're still standing or not. But each time you take damage from any of them, you go down a peg.
All right. So for those still watching, we're going to go ahead and raid. We are going to raid.
I'll pick.
No, I pick. You always get to pick. We are going to be raiding. Oh my goodness. How do we? Yeah, search by following. We're gonna go ahead and raid. Let's see. We're gonna go ahead and raid Orphan. They are playing.
Oh, Dot Hack.
Yeah, they're playing Dot Hack. So don't forget to go follow them. Hydrate, eat well, get some sleep, take your medicine, have a good night.
So, Walrus, feedback. How am I doing as a DM?
You're doing well. It's pretty good so far.
How do you like the story and the mechanics?
The mechanics are fun. The story is the harrowing. It's a fun story, though.
Yeah, the TLDR is Soren Ray was a Verusian fortune teller from like forever ago, and this was her deck that she would use to tell people's fortunes. And by the way, the sorcerer on the cover for the harrowing, she's also Verusian. So like, think that motif, but not a sorcerer, just fortune teller type person. I forget if she actually has a character profile thing built. Anywho, she created this realm within her own deck as like kind of like a portable small vacation hideaway pocket dimension that she can just go to and just like chill out and just be at peace and be okay and everything. And then Zasrian and the other Storykin, as they're called, the characters in her deck, Zasrian planted the idea of like, hey, we can, take from her what we want, and there's nothing she can do if we all jump her, and so she was ganged up on, and everyone killed her, tore various bits of her for themselves, and they tore up her scarf, and the scarf itself. Zasrian has the scarf itself, and everybody else just has the tokens. And the tokens are based on what the chef told you. Your tokens are a way to figuring out how to navigate to the Striding Fortress, because, like Sam said, navigating through the deck is like it's not linear. So having the tokens as a compass will lead you to the Striding Fortress, where you can then face off against Zasrian at the end and, defeat him. He's a dragon, so you can loot his horde afterwards. Remember what I said, like, if I do another game later on, you can bring your characters over. So, like, everything you get from his horde or anywhere in this adventure, you'd get to start at the next game with for free.
Whee!
Because you got them from this adventure.
Yay!
Also, I will make it a point to, when I post the summary updates, to include like all XP gained for everybody. XP is generally cumulative unless one person does something specific that's like they did a thing. So like I'll award like specific HP for specific XP for those things, and I'll mark them accordingly. But it's up to you guys to keep track of what your XP is at, because if you gain enough XP to level, then feel free to level up your character before next session. And if that means new spells, new abilities, new feats, new whatever, you can come back. We can start the session with your upgraded character, which you should get a level or two by the end of this. By the way, do you know what the stats are on a Rakshasa?
Let me guess. Ouch.
AC is 25. They have 115 hit points. They have a 19 fortitude save, 12 reflex save. That's like a D20 plus 12 or plus 19. 8 will save, so not bad, but damage resist 15 against everything except good and piercing. So anything that deals damage less than 15 points of damage, they automatically are immune to it unless it is either good or piercing. He can cast Lightning Bolt and Suggestion 5 times. Not each, but like he has 3 or 5 third level spell slots, and he knows Lightning Bolt and Suggestion. He has 7 second level spell slots, and he has Acid Arrow, Invisibility, and Minor Image. He has 7 first level spell slots, and he has Charm Person, Mage Armor, Magic Missile, Shield, and Silent Image. And his cantrips are Dancing Lights, Detect Magic, Ghost Sound, Mage Hand, Mending, Message, and Prestidigitation. And if, again, by means of Detect Thoughts, if your plan was, let's kick in the door and beat his ass, the first thing he would do is, before you even got to him, he would already have Mage Armor cast on himself. So his AC would even be higher because of Mage Armor. And then and then he's supposed to cast suggestion on whoever he deems to be the biggest, or whoever he can deduce is the biggest threat, and send them off to get him a bag of sweets. And then while you're gone, he's going to lightning bolt everybody else who's left. And anybody he sees throwing spells, he's going to go om nom nom on their head. When he drops to 30 hit points, he casts invisibility and attempts to flee. And if that doesn't work, then he would have given you the token and begged for his life. In giving you a bunch of false information. He knows common, infernal, and undercommon.
Is he a warlock or a sorcerer?
He's a Rakshasa. They are a native shape changer outsider. To identify a Rakshasa would have been knowledge planes. Oh, and he has a move speed of 40. Not 30.
I'm a celestial. I should have been able to sense that he was infernal.
No. He knows the language infernal.
He speaks the language. He's just an outsider.
He is from another plane. Aside from the fact that he's in the Harrowed realm, I mean, like, Rakshasas in general are not natural creatures. They are created on the material plane, but they are not natural to the material plane. Oh, and he has spell resist 25. That means any spell you hit him with, you'd have to make a spellcaster check and beat a DC of 25 in order for it to actually hit him. But since you made him a tentative ally, you don't have to worry about any of that.
I'm not going to lie, my character's going to spend the night flirting with him.
Yeah, the problem with me trying to like surf through the deck is like I can like sift through and pull out individual cards, but like the cards are really hard to see and I can't blow them up any bigger unless I drag them out and put them on the field.
But that was a fun session.
It was.
And on the concept of do corpses actually like take up floor space, the consensus online is in 3.5 rules as written, a 5 foot, a medium-sized creature that occupies a 5 foot space does leave a corpse that does create a 5 foot space of difficult terrain. But the consensus is one regular medium-sized body should not do that. You know, if there's a large body or a large pile of medium bodies, that's different. And since these were all large creatures, that's the only reason I applied that rule. If it's a single body, you can just time your steps just right and just do a swift leap right over it, no problem. But these were big fuck-off bears and a hill giant. Or sorry, stone giant.
Who the hell is Sonnet?
We were supposed to have a bard, but I think they decided to back out because too many rules. They were supposed to watch the first game and determine whether or not they would still be interested, but they never got back to me. And plus, they were really sick this week in particular anyway. But I'm guessing they're not gonna participate.
And Xander?
Basically, same situation. Blissey is still supposed to be joining us later.
So, how much XP would we have gained from these two battles?
If you give me a minute. $6,466 each.
Excellent, excellent.
Oh, and Rog's barrel throw, 1d8 plus 12.
Dang.
His great club is 2d8 plus 12.
Ouch.
And then he also has 2 slam attacks where he basically smashes you with both of his hands for 1d8 plus 8 each. He has a strength score of 27, modifier 8. Also, Sam, as a note, when you're trying to intimidate a creature that's a larger size category than you automatically start with a -4 to your intimidate roll. Inversely, if you try and intimidate someone and you're the larger size category, then you get a +4 to your intimidate roll.
Not paying attention to what you're saying. trying to get people to the table to play.
I do have another game that I'm working on.
Yeah, this would be for Saturday.
You keep saying Saturday, but like that's not even. I'd never even like. Okay, I guess. I guess it's Saturday because you keep telling everybody Saturday.
What the fuck?
Are you back now?
I got 4 cats and a dog. Leave me alone.
Bully, bully, bully.
No, I was just going over like how deadly a Rakshasa is.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, the reason why playing as Bernadini is so damn hard was because he has detect thoughts on at all times. So even all the times that you all were talking other languages to try and like piss me off or get a rise out of me or whatever, I knew what your plan was, and that's why I knew not to react. I wanted to, but by the way, the +4 that you got for the sense motive on the Rakshasa was because you played the Rakshasa card.
Fun.
If you would have played the bears when they made the acrobatics check to make sure they stay on their unicycles, they would have a penalty to that. And the card, the joke, when you were trying to do your diplomacy or your performance to change the mood of the crowd, that would have given you a bonus to whatever it was you were trying to do. And if you would have played the juggler card, whenever the juggler tried to throw something and he landed on a natural one, he would get hit with his own barrels instead.
Interesting.
So that's what would have happened if you'd have played those cards. Now, burning the cards like that, like, I mean, I could have just not said the cards were burned because it doesn't say it's like it's a homebrew thing I just chose to do. But by showing you, like, hey, you could have done this, will try and incentivize you to try and use it more in the future. Also, like if you were to come back here, or in case you face the same person again later, because there was a chance that Bernadini would have like made an escape. If you lost your opportunity to use it on him the first time, you wouldn't have an opportunity to do it again. You would have to do it the first time, that time, so that way, if you know, again, to incentivize you to actually try and be more active looking for cards to play. On that note, how come you didn't want to play the Rakshasa card? Was it because you didn't put 2 and 2 together, or you were afraid what would happen?
What?
Because you sounded like you knew this was a Rakshasa, and there was clearly a Rakshasa card with a alligator-headed, dapper-dressed fellow with backwards hands in the deck.
Well,
Like,
I had recalled previous experience with a similar creature. The backwards hands is a very defining feature, but I couldn't remember what it was called.
But you didn't think to play the card that matched the creature in front of you out of the deck? Or did you not come across it?
Too many cards, they're too small.
Flip through the deck on your free time. Or you could look up a copy of the deck online and just peruse the gallery of them. That's what I had to do. I had to look up like another page that had a picture of all the cards on it to know what they look like. So that way when I'm flipping through them, I know which one is the one I'm looking for because I can't read what it says on the bottom. There's rules in this module for converting a regular like poker deck into this for easy access at the table, but you lose the context of the image to try and help you figure out what situation it's intended for, doing it that way. So I got the actual cards.
I see.
Again, my apologies. I was recruiting somebody. Odd.
Yes.